Hey there, strangers. It's time for another 2 p.m. PST Twitch stream. I'm your host, Strange Bear Jim. And today, we are going to be getting into my coding stream for the day. Well, I always have I always have my coding streams every Sunday. So, if you're just joining me today, then hopefully you'll enjoy the content that I will be providing. Um, we're going to be continuing the build of my game GGG, or Ghouls, Ghosts, and Goblins. And we're going to be, as stated in the description there, we are going to be continuing our build um, of all the animations that are going to be inside of our prefabs. So now last week we had a little bit of an interesting time because um, there were um, we were trying to do a lot of um, we were trying to handle quite a trying to juggle quite a bit last week. Um, so all right, sorry, I wanted to get some music going for myself here. Sorry, I can't play the music online there, folks. Um, you know, just just in case anyone doesn't really know, for if you're somehow out of the loop, um, there have been a lot of DMCA strikes being passed down on Twitch, and as much as I get a lot of people saying, "Hey, use copyright music, use copyright music, use copyright music," well, I tried once, and once I popped that particular video up on YouTube, I got hit with 6 different copyright claims. Now, some people might be very focused on keeping their content copyright free. That could be completely possible. Okay, I know one particular person, Rev Rap, I believe. Sorry, I don't really listen to rap, so I haven't really listened to his content. Um, Not exactly a genre that I listen to normally. Sorry, Ben. Um, but um, you know, he's one that keeps on messaging me about having copyright free content. So I mean, if you like rap and you wanna check out his content, go right ahead. I mean, I'm sure that he would appreciate any kind of viewership on his content there. So, um, but I think it's just easier for me if either I keep everything kind of muted for the time being, or um, I give myself like a license or something like that to play music. So at least that's my thought line. So uh, makes things a little boring, I guess, in that you don't have any kind of background. You just have me talking. Uh, so I guess you'll just have to kind of deal with that, huh? Okay. Um, All right, so what we are going to be kind of focused on today is organizing our animations um, and trying to organize our code that will allow for it to be, object oriented and still allow for access of these particular functions. So that's going to be it's going to be a little difficult here, there, folks, because um, seeing that I'm new to Unity, um, the trying to design a game around a tool that you don't really know, you can't really make any like good um, they have a specific way of going about doing their um, on how they build their game. The Unity system has a specific way of how to kind of build their games and whatnot. And I was looking into that and I'm like going, there's no way that I can make it like a UML on this. And well, um, while I'm still learning that that's not always the case, um, the um, I'm already kind of well into the development of this, so it makes things a little bit harder. Now I'm in that mode of, what's the best way of actually constructing the code kind of thing. What's the best form to make sure that everything runs smoothly when the game actually does, hit the shelves, you know. So, um, for those of you that might be watching this, you know, and you don't really have that much knowledge in terms of a language, look up UMLs, okay? Because those really kind of um, if you're wanting to like make a project with the team, UMLs are like one of the best methods of going about doing that because you can um, you can organize it in such a way where you can have like modules and you can assign particular programmers to each of those modules, make it things a little bit smoother, make it a little bit easier. Okay. Um, there are people that actually um, get paid, um, like a full salary just creating those kind of structures, creating that kind of design. So it's rare. Don't get me wrong. It's kind of a rare um, it's a rare position. So don't expect to see many of those positions pop up out there. Especially if you've learned to be a really good UML designer. If you get put into a position, say like Google or Microsoft or something like that, creating these new UML programs each and every single time for every single application that they make, then eh, you're you're pretty much set. But at the same time, um, there aren't that many positions like that out there. So, okay. So, what are we doing? I've already discussed what I'm doing today. What am I doing? All right. Everything looks to be in order. So let's go ahead and get this live. So, um, So one of the things that we're having a problem with is the preview pane is not showing any of our animations right at the moment. So we're needing to um, we're gonna have to manually create each one of these animation sets or animations in Unity, um, and try to get that um, load them up into the prefab themselves, and then we're gonna have to run it in game. Okay, so we're gonna have to basically tell each of these different animations, hey, I'm gonna need you to do this. I'm gonna need you to do that kind of thing. So um, I think I've only had like about um, one good working animation, but the the speed on the other animation that I created was a little fast. Um, I I did one for the harvesting or building, and the speed on which that guy was swinging his hammer was a little too fast, just a little too fast. So we're going to need to work on that a little bit. We're going to need to get rid of said animation, rebuild it, slow it down some, and try to get it to um, be a little bit um, be a little bit better. Um, it's not like who swings a hammer that fast kind of thing. I'm sure that there are plenty of others out there, but let's face it, not everybody does that. So um, you look at any kind of uh, old style construction and the like, and um, you know the um, you look at old films of like the earlier construction days kind of thing, and you see them, going fairly slow, you know. So we're gonna try to work on that. So we'll skip the new version for now. So so we're gonna go through these steps to create additional animations, and we'll probably need to slow down some of these animations. So that will probably mean that I'm gonna need to like recreate them. So it's gonna be kind of a painstaking process. Um, so you know, because I have to kind of do it for each and every single one, and without the preview panel, there's I can't see it when I'm loading it up. So it means creation, try to estimate the number of frames, load them into prefab, load them into the game to see said animation, and then adjust accordingly. So, which means if it doesn't work, if that animation doesn't work, remove it, go back to the uh, uh, go back to the frames, adjust it again. Okay, and if I have this a right number of you know frames per second kind of thing, then um, then I'll be able to um, kind of make that for all the animations that I have, or I'll be able to go, okay, well, this one needs that many frames per second, this one needs that many frames per second. So it's not going to be, um, as I've kind of already demonstrated, it's not going to be um, that, um, it's not going to be perfect. So, or it's not going to be, one size doesn't fit all kind of mentality on that. So, okay. Looks like everything's ready to go here. So, yeah, that's gone. Okay, so, um, oh, right, compile errors. Right. Right, I did leave off with some compile errors last time. I wanted to kind of leave them in to kind of remind myself where I left off. So, let's go ahead and load up the code here, or our code IDE, so that we can work on fixing our problems here. Now, um, so one of the things that I was kind of working on at the very tail end of the uh, of last week was designing the code in such a way where I can just basically use constants. So, like for example, um, uh, if I want to state that we are using um, a human worker, then I would be basically using, um, I would have a constant that has that word in there so that I can just go ahead and call, okay, I want to reference the worker and I want to reference general, or I want to reference forest, I want to reference sunstone, you know, all these different types that I have in this game so that I can kind of mix and match them. Okay. Like for instead of worker, I could have warrior, and then I would use a um, different set of keywords for the warrior. Um, so, I'm probably going to need to create like another subclass, um, for the human to, um, so that I can um, kind of isolate some of the warrior abilities and um, warrior functions. Okay, because they're going to be slightly different than the regular construction workers. Okay, they're going to be looking out for different tags. They're going to be their pathing is going to be slightly different. Okay, so or their actually the pathing is going to be pretty much the same, but they're going to be looking for different targets. Okay, they're not going to be looking for um, they're not going to be looking for resources. They're going to be looking for the monsters to hunt. So It's taking a while to load up the code here. There we go. So last week um, I thought maybe I could use enums, but no, that it doesn't really work that way. So enums are numerical. Silly me. Uh, didn't really remember that. So we went on to create a structure so that I can have multiple different keywords for the worker type. Um, Now, what I'm going to do is have a um, you know specific word for um, that I can kind of uh, swap around. Um, so so now I can just kind of do, hey, here's the here's what the first part of the name, here's the second part of the name, and then I can just go ahead and say, okay, we're going to um, we're going to kind of put those together to change the animation. Okay, so because we'll use the specific names for the animations to kind of handle that. So um, hmm, right. Okay. So um, we're gonna need to kind of isolate them a little bit more. So let's see. So we have this here that will be referenced um, by humans, um, the construction workers, the warriors, and the monsters. Okay, they all have an idle and a walk. Okay, so um, but humans have a little bit of a different, um, common animation, and I wonder if I can maybe. I mean, this is an abstract, so maybe instead of having it read only, I can make it like an abstract and reset it. Probably not though. Hmm. I'm gonna need to look this up a little bit because it's been a while since I've touched upon C sharp or C and C++. So right now I'm having the structure um, be viewable to all of its subclasses. Okay, at least that's the intention. Okay, um, but what I'd like to do is get, and right now I have it like set to read only, but I would also like to be able to add additional messages in there depending on, okay. Let me try to explain this a little bit. Right now, agent has the common animation with the idle and walk. Okay. The problem is that um, you know enemies you know have three different um, uh, animations than um, what the humans have. Okay. Um, the monsters aren't going to be running away at all. Okay. Um, they're. That's right. I think I forgot about that. I may need to go back and do some more anime. I may need to do some more frames at some point to work on the caught in the trap. Uh, hmm. Okay, but the humans have a little bit different than what the monsters have. Okay, um, and warriors won't have gathering and construction either. Okay, they're just going to be movement, idle, hunting, and fear. Okay, um, so they're going to have different sets here. Okay, so while I want to have this as something common for the you know for the workers, for the warriors, and for the monsters, the enemy. Um, I'm going to need to kind of have their own set of common animations inside the other construction. So, um, so I'm going to need to do something else here, and instead of idle and walk, I'm going to need to do string carry. Let's see, public string harvest. And harvest build. I'm basically going to be using that as the same thing. Uh, and this will also be used for the build animation as well. Making myself a little bit of a note there, so if I ever come back to it and go, why did I decide harvest? So, um, let's see. Um, public string beer. Oh, there we go. Okay. I think that was all that I had in terms of the workers animation. So let's see. Carry, collect, idle, scared, and walk. Yeah. Okay. Let's see. I think I'm gonna need to create a new script. Hmm. Let's see. Hmm. Let's see. Tiger, scared, and walk. Yeah, I'm gonna. I was trying to think whether or not I really wanted to create a different script for the Warriors. Um, because I was kind of um, I'm kind of worried about um, having too much duplication. Um, you see, the what I could do is I could still kind of have both of those be used for the Warriors. I mean, it's not it's not perfect. Harvest isn't exactly attack. Um, but the animation style is similar. I could try to get away with that. Okay, I could try to put the warrior class inside uh, inside human, but um, I gotta I want to be able to have the warrior reference its own script and not have to worry about um, um, I don't want it having any um, difficulties um, like it, I don't want it suddenly changing um, its appearance, its animation to a worker, for example, just because of some flaw in my code somewhere. So um, so I think what I'm going to need to do a little bit is kind of change things up in my overall layout in the code. So don't know if I have actually created a layer script at all. I don't think I have. I have not. So create C# script layer. There it is. Okay. So what we're going to do is, um, before we had the public class, you know, uh, extending the agent. So what we're going to try to do is we're going to try to extend human here. Then what we're going to want to do, so um, so we're basically going to need to kind of take this here and change it over to we're going to have to kind of move that over to warrior. And now we're going to have to kind of adjust this a little bit because obviously there are some details here that isn't going to work for um, that isn't going to work for the main worker. So um, so for example, um, so this right here, that needs to kind of go back to here. Um, we're gonna ignore that for now. Don't need that. Let's see. Um, okay. Hmm. Okay. So this isn't gonna work for the warrior because the base is calling the super, which means it's gonna call human. It's not gonna really work all that much. Um, so so what we're gonna want to do is we're gonna need to kind of create our own initial position within human. We're gonna need to copy this and put it in here, and now this will work. So this will call the human initial position, and the human will call the agent initial position. So, and then it'll come right back down here. Um, so, we're gonna let's see. Hmm. Let's see. There we go. Let's see. You need to be able to continuously. Some of these values um, can be reused over and over and over again. So, so this here could probably be put into agent because it can um, this can be used by all agents. So now it's just a matter of trying to um, have it be referenced. Um, let's see. Let's go ahead and remove that for now. So let's see. Let's see. Yeah, let's create this as a get and set. So now, oh, damn it. Come back here. I'm not done with you yet. So let's go ahead and see if we can do it this way. Base, hit points, set. Hmm. Don't really need this anymore. Okay. Let's see. Why do I have these two together? Oh, right. This was for like, um, I did this in term so that um, I could see um, the, I designed the human name in such a fashion where it's always unique. So that name was meant to kind of say, hey, um, the system itself would see it as something unique. So, and I can kind of see it um, in the language. So, let's see the human name and unities logs, and then we have the human ID with that. Hmm. Let's see. Okay, we're gonna grab those. I'm gonna say that this is private. Actually, let's copy this again. We'll go to wire, put these in. See, wire type. See, gun, book, and sport. Book. Okay. We want tech. Don't need that. And we can clear out those. Okay. Now, see. Okay. Go ahead and put those up there. Layer type. Common. Okay. Let's see. Now we're going to be doing. Let's see. Let's see. Um, okay. Let's see. Hmm. Yeah, we don't really need this anymore. And in fact, we could probably make this as default, even though we'll probably never see it. So what we're going to do is we're going to bring this guy in here, and then we'll do grab that. Let's see. Ghoul Hunter is book. Ghost Hunter is gun. And Goblin Hunter is spork. And we're gonna try to get the common animation of idle, which means that we're gonna have to try to extend the common animation, add to it. But question is how. Can't remember if there is a way to kind of have um, like an abstract structure. Let's see. C sharp. Um, abstract. Mm, um, hey there, Jedi. How you doing? Morning. No, it's not morning anymore. Yeah, morning on the brain, I take it. Just woke up? Hmm. Watching noisy streamers. Gotcha. Yeah, it would be morning for them. So sounds good there, Jedi. No worries, man. I'll see you when you get back. Um, yeah. interfaces aren't interfaces aren't going to necessarily work for this particular code because I need to um, with interfaces they're basically saying, hey, you know here's some things that need to be generated within your particular class that references said interface. Okay, the problem is that the names contained within the interface are going to change, so interfaces aren't going to necessarily work in this particular case. Um, but it doesn't look like structs are going to be capable either. Hmm. Real bit in black for programming demonstrates. For storage, but allow light method calls for convenience. This kind of usually store wherever you have a variable member of that type. Variable or function parameter means stack from part of the object. Um, hmm. Okay. Hmm. This is where things start getting a little interesting. What is the best method of your, of handling your code? What's the best, um, are you potentially going to cause problems if you don't set up your code correctly? see. Extending strut. Hmm. There's no way to do it with built-in operators. You would, you could write an extension method to kind of fake it though. Okay. So it doesn't look like there's any real method that I can do to um it doesn't look like there's any method that I can use to try to add additional values into a strut from a different class. Um, it's not too much of a surprise, but I was just kind of wondering if it was possible or not. Um, so meaning um, what I'd like to do, would have been nice would have been something like have something like uh, base idle you know equals you know the or something along those lines. Okay. Um, but apparently that's not something that is available. So, what we're gonna need to do then, I mean, these scripts are going to be designed in such a fashion where we only need to call, you know, um, specific values. Okay, so we're not going to be, so for example, okay, um, for the enemy, we're not going to be calling fear within its code. Okay, so therefore, um, it will never be seen um, within the enemy code. But the way it's the way it's kind of set up right now, we're gonna need to um, we're probably gonna need to add all of these different common animations all together in agent so that human warrior and the enemies can reference them. So so as much as I'd like to, you know, do that, I'm probably gonna need to just kind of keep them all here. So we're going to need to just kind of get rid of that. Um, so let's see. Um, public string harvest. Oh wait, I already have them here, right? Yeah, I do. So we gotta get rid of that one as well. Alright, don't really need that anymore. Get rid of that. Okay, now let's see. Okay, we're gonna have a lot of errors on our code. Just giving you a heads up. I already know that. I mean, I haven't fixed any of the initial. I haven't fixed any of the previous problems with the code prior, so um, so we haven't really changed um, any of that. So um, I don't know whether or not this is going to be able to reference the agent hit points set or not. So let's see. Okay, we can go ahead and move these. Yep. They are not part of the human class, they are part of the warrior class, so. And again, I don't know whether or not I really want to use bullets per se, so that might be something that um, you know that um, that might be something that I may play around with a little bit more or whatnot. So um, okay, so um, so what we're gonna do, I'm gonna grab these. Let's see. Wait a second. No, I need it to be capital here. Okay. Um, I'm gonna get rid of those. I think that's what's probably kind of screwing up my one value there. So let's see. Okay. Hmm. Let's see. Hmm. I was wondering if I should try to like move this um into one particular function that I can just kind of call and it will do this exact same thing, but um there really isn't that much that I mean I would just be adding extra fluff and code into it. So okay, what we're gonna do is we're gonna do something like that so that we can isolate these. And then we're going to, oh, hmm, okay. This is, we might not need to worry about this particular function either, seeing that um, we already have this. So, so we're gonna go ahead and get rid of that. Okay. Okay, let's see. Okay, we're gonna need to some more values there. So, so let's see. Um, General. Okay. Hmm. Okay, when we switch over to a new worker type, then we're gonna probably need to kind of force them to go into idle like right away. So just so I don't have any compile problems with that. So let's actually do this. Let's see. Okay. That. There we go. Okay, so um, let's see. We'll grab. Okay, we're gonna need to kind of do this again, but we're gonna need to toggle idle. Idle. There we go. And now let's see. Let's see. We're gonna want to do. Let's see. You can just go ahead and do that. Call functions that you already have access to. So you don't necessarily, I don't necessarily need to have the animator play. You know, we're already kind of doing that for these. So, oh, there we go. So we can just kind of get rid of these. Don't need them anymore. The toggle animations are kind of already doing that kind of work already. So there's no need for me to seeing that I'm kind of forcing, you know, okay. Let me try to explain this here a little bit so you understand where my thinking is. Um, if I'm switching from, say, the hammer to the pickaxe, for example, okay, I don't want them. Um, I don't want them kind of continuing the same kind of animation that they had in the previous animation. So, for example, if they were mining, for example, and I switch it over um, to a different type, I don't want them still kind of mining. So, I'm going to basically make sure that it switches over to the idle to start off with. Okay. And then it can move on to uh, what it needs. So, um, which 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 tells me that I probably shouldn't necessarily need. Um, we have idle, we have walk, we have collect, we have scared. Oh wait, no, I do want to. Oh no, actually, uh, worker C is already going to be kind of handled by a toggle idle, so I don't necessarily need to change worker C at all. Um, so, um, hmm. Yeah, these are private, so I don't necessarily need to show. I don't necessarily need a get and set. Um, I was wondering if I should probably do a get and set for them, but the thing is that these values aren't going to be changed outside of the class. Okay, so therefore, I don't need to have a get and set. It's already kind of being done within the class itself with the whole toggle. So, um, so I don't necessarily need to worry about that. So what we're going to do is we're going to grab the worker T, move that for all these, and now we're going to replace these here, worker type. Now we're going to place all those. Forest and general. There we go. Okay, so now we have um, and now we have the ability to switch between the different um, construction worker animations. So we're changing the value of worker T to their specific, you know, animation types, and then we're calling toggle idle, so it goes right up here to this function, so that we can just um, so that it can combine the worker T string with the worker C string, which is now the idle animation, to play that particular animation. So that's the intention. Music paused. We're going to start that back up again. There we go. Okay. Okay, so we don't really need these at all. As much as it might be nice to kind of hold on to some of the old code and to kind of remembering, what I changed and the like. Sometimes having that old old code, I can speak, um, is just um, it's just a lot of white noise that you sometimes don't really need. So um, I don't need those anymore. Um, I'm taking a different path than what um, as explained in my last week's um, animation. The yes, I know that there's going to be a ton of scripting errors and like no, I understand that. Um, I've already explained the fact that the amount of transitions from one animation to another was just going to be a big mess based off of how much we're going to be, um, you know, how much transitions we're going to have, So, from going from one particular transition to another, that wasn't going to work for us all that much. So, um, I referenced that one video um, by what's his name? Um, Lost Relic Games. So, okay, so now that we have the code somewhat how we want to, um, how we kind of want to have it made for the most part, um, we can um, we can kind of work on um, you know clearing out any kind of errors that we probably have, and I probably have some. I'm that's not something that I'm ignoring here, folks. Um, I know that I'm gonna need to kind of deal with these, so let's move those over to the warrior. Okay. Um, let's see. I. Oh no, wait. I was thinking about changing this to protected so that I mean these are pretty much similar for the most part. So um, type of layer type of animation. All right. Type of worker. Type of animation. Okay. Max resource, max bullets. We can move over to the wire. Human position. Hmm. Right, I already have a hunter position. Silly me. Um, what's this all about? That's not referenced at all. Hmm. I may need to reference it later, so I'll hold off on that for now. Um, don't need these. Actually, hmm, I may need them. Hey there, CMOS. How you doing there, bud? Welcome back to the stream. Let's see, I may actually need those now that I think about it. Hmm. You know what, let's put them back for now. I'll just go ahead and comment them out for the time being, but I may come back to it later. So, okay. Let's see, I've moved this. Base initial position, that's fine. You can go ahead and copy this back over to the humans. Just so I can continue having a debug log concerning where they're being placed. Um, human name, human ID. Let's see. Yeah, we're probably gonna need to kind of copy those. Hmm. Initial initial position. I wonder. Hmm. I mean, I could probably pass the name into initial position as well, just so I can set um, the the name of the prefab. I mean, not that it really matters all that much. I mean, I'm just using it mainly for the logs anyway, um, but I can probably try to get um, probably trying to get it so that it's a common, whenever the agent is called, I can always set the name. So I think I'm gonna go ahead and do that. So so now we're kind of changing up the initial position here. We're going to go ahead and move this to agent. Um, so this is a string name, or let's see, let's go ahead and go agent name. There we go. Okay, now we're gonna need to change this. Oh, wait. Okay. So we're gonna need to call this within the default init. Let's see. Let's see. Let's change this up a little bit. I mean, I know the scope it doesn't really matter all that much, but okay, there's that. So we should be good here, coding wise. Okay, so now that we have all that done, let's go ahead and check out our coding errors because there are plenty, I'm sure. Hmm, interesting. We seem to have only a couple. Okay, let's see. Let's fix these. 47. Oh, right. Don't need that. Oh, there it goes. All right. Let's see. Instant fields of read-only structs must be read-only. So does that mean that I'm gonna need to add read-only to all of these as well? Seems that way. Right. Cannot have an instance property or field initializers in structs. Really? Hmm. It's interesting. Because I thought for sure that you could have, um, you can you can kind of, change them accordingly. Oh, right. I already have a duplicate. Don't need that. Okay. Right. Where? Take care of those. Okay. So, hmm. That's kind of interesting. I thought that you could initialize within a struct. Um, Initialize struct. Hmm. 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 Here's the thing. I don't need to pass in data into a struct. It shouldn't. That's. I don't want that. I pretty much want like globals, but I want to try to kind of condense them all into like one um, in one place. But I guess it's not gonna let me do that. It's kind of unfortunate, really. Hmm. Hmm. No, I don't really need static either. Let's see. Okay. It's looking like I can't really do I can't really make a structure or anything along those lines. So I think what I'm gonna need to do is just kind of comment out. Let's see, actually, let's just do that. I'll do private here. Strike wasn't working out the way I wanted it to, so let's just go ahead and get rid of it altogether. Okay. This is going to be private for humans, so and then okay. Gonna make these protected so we can kind of reuse it over and over and over again. So let's see. Hmm. Let's see. We can actually move all these toggle idols and the like over to the agent. So we're going to take all that. We're going to move that over here. Okay. Idle, walk, collect is scared. Let's grab a copy of these so I know which ones I still need to kind of work on down below here. Alright, so walk I don't need. Let's see. Oh, actually. Harvest. Let's see. Um, Scared. Okay. Or that. Let's see. We do have the animator here, right? Yeah, we do. Okay. Let's see. Okay. We can get rid of the worker type. Let's see. Probably gonna need to call base for the toggle idle, so let's go ahead and do that. Well, actually, let me try it this way. Let me get rid of one of those so that we'll see whether or not the compiler can actually see toggle idle from the abstract class or not. If it can see that, then great. If not, we'll call the base. So um, okay, we have a right. So this is where things start getting a little interesting in that um, I'm using all the functions for idle, walk, harvest, and scared. Um, and um, but I'm using strings that need to be kind of changed out a little bit because obviously enemies aren't going to be workers, warriors aren't going to be workers, so I'm going to need to kind of change this word out for something a little bit more generic. So, okay, Okay, so we're going to want to do tech and carry. There we go. Now, like I've kind of mentioned before, I don't necessarily need to worry about doing an if-else statement. You know, um, we're just gonna have the word copy over anyway. Um, hmm. Actually, what would be now I'm going really into the um, the thought line, big O notation kind of aspect where um, would a Boolean check to see whether or not a word equals another word be faster than just copying that word right over? I'm gonna make the assumption that they're pretty much equal in in terms of amount of time. So um, might actually be a little bit longer doing the comparison um, than it would just copying the data over. So, you know, so okay, let me try to explain this a little bit, especially for those of you that might not understand what might be going on, you know, behind the scenes kind of thing. So when you're doing a check, okay, especially one where you're trying to check to see whether or not one string is equal to another, okay, um, there isn't anything where it says, hey, you know, does this string equal that string? Well, yeah, it tries to do that, but it's a little bit different than that. It has to take each particular character and sees whether or not, the first character is equal to the second character. The second character is equal to the second character. The third character is equal to the third character, so on and so forth. And it checks each individual character to see whether or not it matches. And um, if if one string comes up short, or if there's a letter different, or anything along those lines, then it can stop. Then it can basically say, "Oh, nope, sorry, we're done here." But I'm still going to need to, uh, if it turns out that um, they're not the same, and I still need to copy the value into the word anyway, I'm still going to need to be transferring, you know, the, basically clearing out the one string from the first, and then adding in each and every single character into the array that is the string. I have to kind of put it into each little um, of the memory block for that particular string. Okay, changing up the length, changing up, what characters are placed where, so on and so forth. Okay. Um, so the whole comparison is going to take. I mean, it's not that long. Okay, don't get me wrong. Okay, it's not that long of a process, but it's still something that's not really necessary. I don't necessarily need to worry about that. So, um, because if it's the same, um, you know, if it's the same kind of animation, um, then I'll probably just kind of repeat over and over and over again. Although having it just kind of repeat one particular frame over and over and over again might be a problem as well. Hmm. Okay. Okay, so we're gonna need to. We are actually gonna need to kind of move these over here. Let's see. Let's go ahead and make them a get set. Then we'll change the words here to be something else. Let's see. Agent T. Okay. Let's see. Let's see. Can I do? Nope. That's not the kind of. Let's see. It's Control H. Okay. Control H. Let's see. Let's see. We want to find the worker T. Okay. Let's see. Replace all. There we go. And then we want worker C with agent C. Replace. Let's see. Replace all. There we go. Let's see. Actually, hold on. Let me look up the C# getting set again because still not totally comfortable with that kind of methodology right at the moment. So, um, I was right the first time, so I don't necessarily need to worry about it. Um, okay, so what I need to do is do another one of these. Hmm, let's see. Skip that. Okay, you can get rid of that. Let's see. Toggle idle. All right, now let's see. Let's see, hold on. First off, let's grab this. Replace all that with just blank. We don't need it anymore. And we're going to take this. Oh, and then we're going to do agent T. Let's see. Place all those, but we don't really need those anymore. There we go. So now we shouldn't have any major problems. I just removed the um, I removed the structs altogether. They were just causing outright problems. So I just made it into um, read-only values. So something that can be referenced. Um, Although I don't really need them being referenced in the uh, in areas below. You know, I'm just seeing that the toggles are already, you know, um, the toggles are already kind of given here already. We don't necessarily need to worry about, making these protected. So we're not going to be referencing these in human warrior or the enemy. At least I don't think I need to. At the very least, I can always have the functions here within the agent that deals with, testing these particular functions. But I will obviously need to keep these, um, I will need to kind of make sure that I keep these as protected functions, something that can be referenced by the subclasses. But I don't need them referenced by anything outside of agent. Okay. Um, I'm keeping them encapsulated within the abstract of agent itself, which is, something that will be used by human warrior and the enemy. The game doesn't necessarily need to see that. So, um, it doesn't need to see the what's going on with these particular toggles, or at least it shouldn't. Okay, and you still got some more errors, but that's okay. We're getting closer here. Oh, mm. Right. So we have the old code in Ghost Ghouls and Goblins that are having problems with the changes um, to the change of the agent there. Um, so let's see. Let's go ahead and kind of help them out a little bit here because I haven't changed these at all accordingly. So okay. There we go. There we go. Okay, so those errors should be cleared now. Yep. Unreachable code detected. Okay, we'll worry about that a little bit later. The image range does not exist in current context. Interesting. Okay. Well, let's go ahead and see what that's all about. It's within the where. Line 42. Aha. This was meant for the um, randomization, so um, hmm. There we go. That should fix that. Forgot to include the random class, which has that range function in there, which allows for the randomization. So, okay. Game manager. Human does not contain definition for toggle collect. Okay, let's take a look at that. Right, I think I changed that to toggle harvest. I did. Hmm. Wait, what? Um, what? This should be within scope. We're creating a human class, and we're calling a function that is protected within said class. Where's the problem here? Hmm. Why are we having such a huge problem with this? Public, protected, private. Yeah, this is correct. More awesome doesn't have access to the private function. Children can touch, parents protected. I mean, that's parents cannot touch, child's protected. But that's the thing. These are the parents protected. So the fact that we have a human being generated, they should still be able to access this protected because it's the child of agent. So why is this giving me a problem? Hmm. Protected variables are only accessible and visible in the class in which they were declared in all classes. Right. Still not answering my question. Problem. The problem. Why am I having such a hard time with this? Hmm. That's not what I want. Not a good example of what I need. There's a lot of people kind of posting this particular issue, so hmm. I need to, I'm gonna just try to narrow the scope of this a little bit more. basically telling me exactly I already know. The problem is that why is Unity having a problem with protected? My child class should still be able to access the protected function. Hmm. Hmm. Yeah, that doesn't tell me anything. Okay. This doesn't help me either because this class does not extend rotate to orbit. So, hmm. No, my God, why would you have so many lists within a list? What the hell? Uh, uh, I'll leave that alone. This doesn't help me. Um, okay, I made some protected level variable in base class, right? Okay, colliders, while the other variable has type. From you return an error when I tried to access colliders variable. While I can fix this error by changing protection level to public, this leaves me a question. Why can't I access my protected list variable from my derived class? Exactly. Shouldn't protected variables on the base class be accessible to its derived class? It should be. Thank you in advance. So, right, your derived class, base class, okay. And he's referencing some protected values called colliders, okay. So the problem, apparently the error came from my older unused script that accessed the colliders variable from one of these classes without deriving from it. Do you notice which script is causing error? Okay, so this is calling the values This is calling colliders within the class itself. Hmm. Hmm. Let's see. Hmm. Okay. Let's see. It might not be function. Let's look at method. Seeing that methods are part of a class. Hmm. Not quite sure why I can't do this. Okay, sorry about that. I had myself muted. Okay, this is why. This is what I was looking for, and this is the reason why I'm having a hard time with protected right at this point. So, I used Java as my object-oriented language for the majority of my schooling and whatnot. So I'm still kind of used to that kind of scope. Okay, the ability to kind of use protected on the package level. Okay, meaning that okay, because I'm calling a an object. Okay, because I'm creating an object, a human object. Okay, I should be able to access in Java um, the functions that are within um, uh, the functions within the class of the object, in this case human. Okay, I should be able to access all the functions that are contained within that, that are set to protected or what have you. Okay. Um, but if I want to access anything in um, in the base class, human is the derived class. I'm trying to access the base class is protected. Okay, I can't do that here within Game Manager, even though technically it's all going to be kind of packaged under um, one full kind of package kind of thing. It's not able to see it that way. Now I could probably try to do some kind of manipulation setting, different uh, I might be able to kind of say, hey, we're using this particular package for agent and create a package for agent and see if that might work, but that might kind of go against how C Sharp is kind of built. Okay, so with that being said, um, I'm gonna need to try to kind of change things up here a little bit. So, um, now I saw someone using virtual and abstract. So let's see, Unity 3D, virtual, virtual methods. Okay. Hmm. Okay. Well, here's a question concerning this. Um, even though my Apple is using an overriding of the virtual functions here. Um, does it does it actually, you know, have this debug log posted? Does it actually go inside of, I mean, base chop is kind of going inside of it. Hmm. Both are called, right. Hmm. Okay. So with this in mind, what I'm gonna need to do, let's see. Hmm. That's why this is so kind of irritating a little bit. Um, I'm basically repeating functions that I don't really need. That's the problem with this. That's one of the reasons why I'm in this particular instance, I'm kind of appreciating Java a little bit more because now I'm having to kind of force myself um, to kind of like work with, um, it's just I don't really I don't really want the duplication of these methods in the other classes, but I don't see any other way not to at this point, which is kind of unfortunate. I didn't really want all these functions that are kind of unnecessary at this point, but um, oh, the following functions aren't accessible in Game Manager by a human object a la Java. No worries there, Jedi. No worries. Okay. So now we're gonna have to do override on all these. And then do base dot title. So now we do this. Don't worry, I'll be changing the function names as well. Just wanted to kind of do the just want to kind of take care of this part. There we go. Following 6 toggle functions. There we go. Okay. Now this should be able to be accessed. We will go ahead and change these into protected virtual as well. Yeah, we can add these in. Uh, um, and to move methods. Okay. Nope. Okay. That. There we go. All right. Base. And then move left. Move right. All right. Now we shouldn't have any kind of problems with the code on that, right? Let's see. Let's see what happens. Okay. Let's see. Where your C does not exist in this current context. That's true. Um, hmm. Let's see. Base. Title idle. additional results there. Okay, let's see. We're 43. It does not contain a definition for set. No, right. Silly me. What am I doing? We don't need to worry about getting set because automatically um, it's automatically handled. So okay, line 45. Can move is equal to true. Right, I'm having that kind of set as a boolean. That was within human. Hmm. I was using that for. I was planning on doing that for these animation, for this kind of animating check. But there might be a way to kind of do. There might be another way of handling this. So I might not need it here in Lawyer. I'll go ahead and just comment it out for now. Um, don't really need that. Um, but I may need to come back to it at some point in time. Obviously not right now, but we'll worry about that when we start looking into, transitioning uh, from one kind of animation to another. Like uh, changing from like harvesting to being scared. Are they going to kind of stop in mid-frame and then start running off, or I mean, are they going to stop at like frame two and start running, or are they going to finish off that full animation and then run? Don't know. Um, it, that kind of falls in the um, that kind of falls a little bit within the game balancing issue. Okay, like um, like for example, say um, say you're like working on a huge long task kind of thing. Okay, and um, like it's gonna take you an hour to do this task, for example. Okay, this is kind of in reference to animation, so I'm kind of making a little analogy here. So, um, say something important comes up, like say a fire breaks out or something like that. Okay, but you're still kind of stuck on that task. You have that hour task, and you're stuck there. Whenever you're playing a game and you have that kind of delay, that 1 hour delay or something like that. Like you're pretty much stuck in that very, you know, set time frame or something like that, or set animation, like you're going through the full animation or whatnot. Okay, you're you know as a player, you might be looking at it going, you're like, run, run now, get out of there. Why are you going through this animation? Blah blah blah. Okay, because there's something dangerous. So, um, now I mean some little details might be um you might not be able to kind of break out of it, like um like you're falling. Not much you can really do about it. You're falling, until you hit the ground. You know, I mean, unless you have like a jetpack on you or something along those lines to kind of change your course, you're gonna fall to the ground. Okay. Um, so there's nothing really, unless you kind of build something into your game or something along those lines that allows for that kind of change in animation, then there's really no way to kind of escape said animation. Um, but when I'm just doing an animation for like just a for like walking or harvesting or building or something along those lines, that's not something um, that can't be broken out of. You can you know when you're like um working away on something, you're trying to build something. If there's like a fire that breaks out, you're gonna drop that tool and go. you know, you're gonna be kind of like, oh crap, there's something important that I need to take care of like right now. I'm gonna stop what I'm doing right now and go. So, um, so I mean, unless there's something that is gonna be kind of uh keeping the um keeping like the human or enemy or something like that very contained within their uh, with what they're able to do, then they're not going to be able to kind of move. Then they won't be able to move beyond it. But um, let's face it, being idle, walking around, being scared, harvesting, building, these are all things that can be pretty much changed upon on that spot. So, um, so we may not need this. We may not need it. Okay, so okay, what else? We're six. Hmm. This is kind of interesting. It's telling me line six of warrior, but it's not correct. Hmm. Hmm. Oh, it might mean that I don't actually have a constructor. Yeah, that's probably it. Hmm. Okay. Here, you know what? See, is that gonna clear up the problem or cause more? Nope, cause more. Okay. Hmm. Yeah, I was kind of hoping that I could just use the human constructor for that. Um, but apparently that's not possible. Let's see. Um, okay, well, let's see. Calling base constructor. Hmm, um, um, Okay. So there we go. We good there? We're good there. Okay. Okay, so apparently these are still saying that I can't access either one of these because of the protection level. So, um, now these should all be protected. Maybe I need to actually change them to public. Hmm. Is this what I'm gonna be needing? Do I need to change these to public? Hmm. They have these set. Oh no, these are set to public there. Although they could be set to protected, so but they have these set to public. Hmm. Hmm. Let's see. Hmm. All right. Okay. Let's see. Over. That's it. That's public, but there's no real information on protected. So. Okay. Well, not much I can really do about that, I guess. Unity really loves its public and private, but not really useful and not really that useful on the protected side of things. So, hmm. Okay, well, guess I'm just gonna need to kind of set these functions to public then, huh? Because apparently I can't even access these from within Game Manager themselves. So, I can't use protected here even though the object itself has direct control over them because it's not part of the package. Hey, okay, well, you know, there, hmm, doesn't really give a whole lot of safeguards in that. I don't know. Alright, maybe I'm just not really seeing. Maybe I'm just not really seeing the safeguards. The whole aspect of encapsulation. Um, right now, um, the idea that hey, this is supposed to be kind of protected and should be something that kind of is um, should be only accessible by the class definition is what's kind of throwing me off by it, but oh well. Okay, that should clear out the errors. Nope, apparently not. Perfect example of why this is such a problem. What's the point in protected? What's the point of it? Why have protected period if you can't even use it? I might as well just kind of forget completely about using protected whatsoever with C sharp because it appears like it's um there really is no real need for it. Um, at least I can't use that. I mean, okay, it might be fine if you're kind of working on when you're kind of working on functions within the class itself, like you're calling, different functions from, um, say if your derived class is calling functions from the base class, um, and you're handling some internal computations or something along those lines, then sure, you might not want those particular functions to be visible outside of the base class, and therefore, because you're setting them to be protected, you're still being able to access them from the derived class and call them. Problem is that you can't use any of those particular functions when you actually create the object from like any other script, like the you know the like the main class script kind of thing, the class that controls the main. Um, so um, so if you're creating an object from, say, the the game manager or anything along those lines. Um, the only functions that you can use whatsoever is public. That's it. Can't even use protected. So this whole idea of overriding, what's the point of it? I mean, the um, when you're so okay here. Let me go back to um, let me go back to this particular example here, right? So Apple is extending fruit, right? So what's the point of having the virtual and the overriding? You know, I mean, if you're wanting to like change the message here, to the apple has been chopped, then sure, okay, you know, um, you know, um, then virtual and override works. But if you're just having information kind of being um calculated here or anything along those lines, then what's the point of having the virtual override? You probably don't even need it. Matter of fact, I think I'm going to try to demonstrate it. So, um, so we're going to go ahead and we're just going to comment all these out. We're going to go back to agent here. Um, we're going to go to protected virtual, and then we're going to change it to public. So replace, 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 replace. No other ones. Okay, so we're going to save that. Now, if we go back here, these should be working just perfectly fine, I would imagine. We'll see, because they're public. It's taking a long time to think about this. Okay. Still thinking about it. No errors. Yep. Now the animations are different because obviously I'm using different kind of sets on this one. But okay, so it's kind of frustrating on this part of the code here because um, I don't know. It's because of the scope of this. Um, you know, the fact that I have these as public means that anyone can kind of access that particular um, method from pretty much anywhere. Um, so that's what's kind of bugging me a little bit about it. At least with protected, you can kind of say, hey, you know, this is only limited to these particular classes and the like. But when it's set to public, um, you know, anything can kind of access those public methods. So, I mean, unless they are very specific in saying that those methods are really restricted to that particular class, and therefore the only way to access those public methods is through a class declaration. Okay, well, that's about as much as I can do, I guess. See, I'm not referencing those particular methods in these others, so that should be fine. Um, all right. Now, let's see. Hmm. So, okay. Sorry, my mind went to a different idea here. So I was looking back at this here, the public warrior, calling the base class, with the same string, so that it can call and create um, I can go here and create that human ID. Okay. Um, so, but um, but I'm not calling the agent constructor on that. So I'm wondering if that's something that I could probably do. Just kind of create like a public string, agent ID, and then pass that in. But I'm not even sure what I was thinking about doing on this as well. So with each of these objects fairly much separated from each other, then um, we might be able to kind of get um, we might not really even need this particular human ID string anyway. So, but I think that's where we're going to go ahead and close on down there, folks. We've reached the 6 o'clock time limit. Um, we're going to have to kind of shut everything down here. Didn't get to the animations the way I wanted to today, but I'll just have to kind of save those for next week. Um, we got to a point where we have um, the strings being generated. So um, now it's just a matter of um, changing up um, the animation names so that if I call General Idle, it will call that particular animation. So right now it's not really doing that. Um, so that might be a failing of the um, well, I mean, it's a failing of the names and it's failing of the um, like the original object and the original um, animator here kind of saying, hey, use this particular animation. So we need to kind of work on that a little bit more on that. Um, but we'll handle that next week. So look forward to that. Um, but that's where we're going to go ahead and close on down. So all these videos, all these streams are eventually uploaded to my YouTube channel. So feel free to check that out if you like. Link is down below. I also have links to my Discord, my Patreon, and my Twitter account down below on my Twitch channel, as well as in the description of my YouTube videos. So if you're interested in any of those, feel free to check those out. Um, I have a schedule of everything that I do on this channel down below in my Twitch About page. So if you're interested in seeing what kind of games I play during the week, as well as these coding streams that I do on Sundays, it's all given right there. Um, I need to kind of change things up a little bit on my schedule. So, um, you know, matter of fact, there's a couple things that I need to actually get done. So, um, but I do stream daily from 2 to 6 p.m. PST. So feel free to stop on by at any time during that window of time. Say hi in the chat if you want, or don't. It's perfectly fine if you just want to lurk. Um, everything's that's all well and good if that's what you want to do. So I have no problem with it whatsoever. So but with that, we're gonna call it a night. So Jedi, CMOS, thank you for stopping on by. I appreciate it when you guys do. I appreciate when you guys come on by and say hi. Hopefully I'll catch you next time. Um, but that's where we're gonna go ahead and close it down. So thank you very much for watching, there, folks. I appreciate it. Hopefully I'll catch you next time. But until then, have a good night. Stay healthy, stay safe, and I'll catch you strangers next time.